Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AGM meeting. If everyone can please rename themselves with their name and call sign, and could you please all switch your cameras on so that we can all see you? That would be fantastic. You can rename everyone and welcome to the AGM meeting. If everyone can please rename Good morning again. Welcome to those who have joining the AGM meeting. For those that have just joined us, if you could please rename yourself with your name and call sign, and also switch on your camera so we can see, so everyone can see each other. Thank you.
Bruce, VK3UV, can you please mute yourself?
Good morning, welcome to the AGM. Again, for those that have just recently joined the meeting, if you could please rename yourself with name and call sign, and switch your cameras on so we can see all participants in the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We're still admitting people through the waiting room, so it'll be a few minutes before we start. Can everybody hear me? How's the audio? Okay, thanks. We're about halfway through the waiting room list, so it'll probably be another 5 or 10 minutes.
All good, Greg.
Okay. I'd say at this stage, we're probably looking maybe to start about probably 11:15, maybe 11:20.
Again, for those new to the meeting who have only recently joined us, if you wouldn't mind, please renaming yourself with your name and your call sign, and also switch on your camera, please, so that everybody can see who's participating in the meeting. Thank you.
We've now got 60 plus people in the meeting. When I looked at the registration list around 8, I think we had 64, so we're getting close.
Jo, der er billeder med alle sammen, jo. Men ikke på dig, der står bare Carsten. Og vi har ikke sagt video, der er en hel masse mennesker på. Men hvorfor er der ingen lyd på? Nej, den er altså lige sådan op og 83 på. Den eneste, jeg kender, det er Landel. Hvad er det ellers? Hvad folk? Hvor er du henne, Carsten? Nå. Ja, det er godt. Okay. Det må du så selv finde ud af det der med. Der er mange, der kun har deres navn og ikke deres billede. Lige måde eller alt sådan noget. Ja. Det kan vi måske godt. Selvom Joan kommer lidt senere, men det gør ikke noget.
Again, for those new to the meeting, welcome this morning. If you can all please rename yourselves with your name and your call sign, please. Ensure your audio remains muted, and but please switch your cameras on so that we can see everybody participating in the meeting. Thank you.
As you may have seen, we've got currently, a few minutes ago, 91 people watching the stream via YouTube, who obviously won't be able to participate. And I think we're just checking again. Seem to be holding about 60 at the moment. So I'll still wait till 11:20 before we start, just to make sure. we're still admitting the occasional person. So we will go till 11:20 and then we'll start. Just from a point of view of the meeting, as Robert has been saying, if it's very helpful if you've got your call sign as part of your name, and mute, keep it muted unless you actually want to address the meeting. Okay, well, the people coming in from the waiting room has got to a trickle. We've got 60 of the 64 that had registered for this meeting. So I think with that, we'll now open the meeting. As people know, this meeting's being recorded. In terms of protocol, if we get to a point of asking a question, can you put your hand up? We've got, actually we've currently got 50, the quorum is 20, so we're well and truly at that level, and there's 94 a few minutes ago on the YouTube stream. So with that, I hope everyone has a copy of the agenda. I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2021 AGM. As you'll note on the top of the agenda, this is being held as a virtual meeting, basically under guidelines that are set by ASIC, the Australian Securities and Investment Corporation Commission. Sorry. The way we'll proceed is that we'll work through the agenda for this meeting, and at the close of this meeting, we'll have an open forum where people can raise just about anything. In terms of questions within this meeting, it needs to keep to the scope of the meeting agenda. So in terms of record of directors present, we have all of the directors present with one apology, except for one apology from Philip Shields, who unfortunately is working this morning. He works in the health field and is involved with COVID-19 activities in that role. So in terms of the record of members present, that's being recorded. I'll actually run through the list very quickly. There's Robert 3DN, Alan VK3OA, Alan VK4NA, Bob VK6POP, Brian. I don't have a call sign there. I'll just see if Brian, who hasn't got a call sign, could put a call sign up, that would be appreciated. Bruce is here from the office, but not as an attendee of the meeting. Got Bruce VK3WL. Karsten, if you can rename to put up your call sign, that would be appreciated. Chris VK2VCG, Colin VK6HWD, Dale VK1DSH, Dennis VK3BGS, Edwin VK2VEL, Eric VK2VE, Jared VK5ZQV, Graham 4BB, Grant VK5GR, Hillary VK2AZ, Jack VK3WWW, Jamie VK2YCJ, Jim VK3ZKK. And Karsten's now got his call sign up, VK4OA from earlier. John VK2JPM, John VK3MS, Judy VK3 FJAG, Kevin VK4UH, Kusal VK2KSL, Lee, one of the directors, VK3GK, Mark VK3OHM, Mark VK6EZ, Mill, I'll hazard a guess that's Peter Mill, but if you could put your call sign up, that would be appreciated. And rename, you can just click on your screen to rename that. NERG, we've got from NERG, we've actually got a group of people. I'll just get the list if I can find it. At NERG, we have, at the time of 11 o'clock, we had Chris VK3 IK, VK3 BNR, Anthony VK3 BJR is Brendan, Colin VK3 BGB, and John VK3 DCJ, and Andrew VK3 CIM. I'll go back to my list. Oscar VK3 TX, Patrick VK5 MPJ, Peter VK3 YE, Peter VK3 FM, Peter VK3 MV, Peter VK3 PF, Peter VK4 EA, Peter VK4 VQ, lots of Peters, Rod VK4 EVR, Roger VK2 ZRH, Ron Cook, could you put your call sign up, please? Scott Williams, another director, VK3 KJ, Steve VK5 SFA, Stuart VK3 PR, Stuart VK3 SH, John VK3 JCO, Jeff VK4 ZPP, Wayne VK3 WG, and myself VK2 GPK. All right. So at this stage, the as I mentioned, the apologies for that. I don't have any other apologies in terms of members not present. And I'd like to move on to the recognition of silent keys, and with that I'll hand over either to Lee or Scott, and then we'll have a minute silence.
Handing over to Scott would be excellent, Greg.
Would it? Scott, are you there?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Greg. I'll just go through and obviously always a fitting time to mark up to the end of 2020 that the WIA recorded 21 silent keys. I'd just like to quickly read to you, if I can, and acknowledge, if I can, all of those silent keys. Donald Greeton, VK5 ADF, Bruce McCann, VK2 Fox Bravo Mike Charlie, Donald Bradbury, VK3 YV, Max Brown, VK3 KCV, Jay Kennedy, VK3 AIG, Neil Emery, no call sign recorded, Thomas Ivans, VK4 ABA, Lady Christine Gordon, VK4 CB, William Adams, VK3 ZWO, A Cooling, no call sign recorded, John Smedley, VK5 AJS, Barbara Gray, VK3 BYK, John McGrath, VK4JM, Don, I think it's pronounced Pu or Pu, VK6DN. Neil Husk, VK6BDO. Evan Jarman, VK3ANI. Greg Peters, VK7 Fox Golf Radio Alpha. Anthony George, VK6PP. George Metcalf, VK5ND. Richard Kemp, VK3FQJ. Peter Bass, no call sign recorded. Patricia Leaper, VK2P, I apologise, VK2JPA. Bernard Orbell, no call sign recorded. Douglas Downman, VK4FAD. John Bishop, VK2ZOI. John Birdsall, no call sign recorded. And Poppy Bradshaw, VK6YF. Through you, Greg, I'll mark now 1 minute of silence if I can.
Thanks, Scott.
That marks 1 minute of silence, Greg. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for that. It's always the sad part of the meeting. I'll just skip over. The next is registration of proxies. I'm just waiting to get the final advice on that. So I'll come back to that prior to the special resolution. So number 7 on this is the acceptance of the previous minutes. So if I'm looking for to someone to put forward that motion and someone to second it, unless there's any objections.
Happy to move that motion, Greg. Scott Williams, VK3KJ.
Okay, thanks, Scott. If we can get someone from the attendees to second that. I see a hand up, Brian, VK2GCE. I'll just, Brian, if you could unmute and just say that you're seconding that.
Yep, I second. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just so it's recorded. Thanks, Brian. All right. We'll move on to the next part, which is the financial report, which I'll just put in front of me. I'll start with the director's report and just run through that. So this is the director's report for a financial year for a company limited by guarantee. So this covers basically the assets and liabilities, as well as the total amount members of the company are liable to contribute if the company is wound up, which, by the way, is $20 per member. I'll start with the objectives of the Institute, just to remind people. The objectives of the Wireless Institute of Australia, as set out in its constitution, are to promote, advance and represent in any way it thinks fit amateur radio in the interests of radio amateurs, and without limiting the generality of the foregoing, to protect and enhance the privileges of radio amateurs, to encourage an awareness of the value of amateur radio, to educate and encourage potential radio amateurs, to represent radio amateurs both nationally and internationally, and finally, to provide services for radio amateurs and those interested in amateur radio, including the publication of the magazine Amateur Radio and other publications. Amateur radio is defined by the Constitution as including all activities by duly authorised persons interested in radio technique solely with a personal aim and without pecuniary interest, and all other branches of knowledge and activity having application to amateur radio. Those objects are in the Constitution. There's a list of directors in the thing.
Point of order, if I may, Greg.
Yes.
Peter, VK3PF.
Yes.
I believe that you need to amend the director's report at this point as it refers to 2018, not 2020.
Let's where does that?
The first line under directors in item 3 of the director's report, also in the accounts document.
Oh, you're right. So thank you. I will note that. Thank you, Peter. Some things get cut and paste and people don't see it. So thanks for picking that up. All right. Well, I'll continue. Now, as happened at the AGM in the middle of last year, there were 3 new directors elected, who were Philip Shields, Lee Moyle, Philip Shields, Lee Moyle, and Oscar Salazar. And Lee was an appointment and became elected because there were insufficient number of candidates at that time to require an election. Just moving into the directors have elected not to appoint a volunteer treasurer and or CFO at this time for operational efficacy. In the absence of a volunteer treasurer or finance director, the directors elected to continue to engage paid professional services to perform the necessary functions. The WIA accounts for the reporting period were maintained by 2P's proprietary limited bookkeeping services. And I have to say on that we've been very happy with the quality and efficiency of those services that 2Ps are providing. No director has received or has become entitled to receive during or since the financial year a benefit because of a contract made by the WIA or related body corporate with a director, a firm which a director is a member, or an entity in which a director has a substantial financial interest. Then follows the list of meetings. There are, as you see, there were 23 there, one of which was the AGM, which you may or may not count as a board meeting. And you can see there the apologies through that period.
Very good question, if I may.
Certainly.
VK3PF again. I understand that there was a brief board meeting held on the 14th of April 2020, and that meeting is not recorded, neither in the list of meetings before us nor in the board minutes published on the WIA website.
I'm not sure. As I say, this is maintained by the secretary, so I'll have to defer to the secretary to answer that question. So I'll take that on notice, Peter.
Thank you.
Between meetings, obviously, there was regular communication between directors as required. Director training. All WI directors have either previously undertaken training courses with the Australian Institute of Company Directors, AICD, through the WIA, or prior through their own employment. New directors are required to undertake the AICD training course in their first few months, and this is predominantly around understanding governance. As a public company, the WIA is incorporated as a public company. It is subject to the Corporations Act, and this basically is the same requirements of all the large public companies. So there is a fair bit to be aware of in terms of what the obligations are under the Corporations Act. Get on to membership. This is last year, or in 2020, there was a decline, though it has been it was a much smaller decline than has been the case previously. Membership continues to be an issue because as the membership drops, the economies of scale disappear and our ability to provide services gets affected. And obviously that has led to things such as moving the magazine from 11 issues to 6 and so on. What's interesting in this is that there's always a churn in membership. So, but generally the new members for the last few years hasn't matched the losses. The WI attracted 226 new members in 2020. And as mentioned earlier, we had 21 members full silent key. And the board has defined criteria for affiliated clubs. I'm just skipping over some of the things, but pursuant to clause 5.1 of the Constitution, on the 31st of December 2020, 159 clubs were affiliated clubs of the Institute. In the year under review, 107 affiliated clubs leveraged the WIA's negotiated group buying agreement for their public liability insurance through the Institute's selected insurance brokers. This is a value-added service for affiliated clubs for which the Institute does not receive any financial benefit and or commission. The Institute value add includes assisting clubs by subsidising the insurance with a small co-contribution for each member of the affiliated club who are also WIA members. Staffing, Mr. Bruce Defaults continues to perform the full-time role of Executive Administrator of the WIA. Petra Cassé continued to perform the part-time role of Membership Officer for the WIA, supported by the COVID-19 job subsidies. A number of directors spent time with the office staff during early 2020 to gain a better appreciation of the critical roles within the organisation. The directors record their sincere appreciation for the dedicated service of both Bruce and Petra during 2020. Additionally, a contract bookkeeper attended the office or online 1 day per month. As I mentioned before, the WIA has a very high level of satisfaction with the competence and efficacy of the bookkeeping services provided. Sorry, I just had to cough. The Amateur Radio magazine and other publications. The Publications and Media Committee are responsible for the Institute's publications. And the magazine is the responsibility of the AR Publications Group. Sergio Fontana, trading as Fontana Design, continued to provide services including preparation and layout of the magazine, and the board records its gratitude to Sergio. The National Office continues to deal with advertising, the mail house and the news agency distributor, although this role has gradually been taken over by the Media and Publications Committee. It's important to realise that the magazine is distributed to selected newsagents, and it's a useful way of making people aware of the WIA and amateur radio outside of the sort of closed community that we are. I will make this as a side note, that the last magazine that had a RAAF cargo plane on the front cover, I found in my local newsagent in the aircraft section of the magazines. The magazine continues to be delivered by post with a digital-only delivery option. Wireless Men and War continues to be available, first released in May 2017. And we're still looking at a potential update to include war efforts for the remainder of the century, to be considered in the near future. The third edition of the publication, Your Entry into Amateur Radio, the Foundation License Manual, used by those studying for their Foundation license, was published originally in 2016 and has been a consistently good seller. During the 2020 pandemic, the WIA has to date seen dramatic increases in the volume of sales of this book. The WIA is awaiting the outcome of review of the syllabus in order to rewrite the manual. Well, we don't see any signs on the horizon of other than the update to include the LCD changes that were made. But we are approaching the end of the print run. There were 5,000 copies of that book printed, and we're down, I think, to 500 to 600, I think is the current. So we've got probably a year's worth of books left. So we'll have to look at an update and a reprint of that fairly soon. For those that may remember, there was some furore over the printing of the 5,000 copies as grossly excessive. Well, first of all, that comes from a view that doesn't understand the pricing of printing, as you that where all the costs are mainly in the setup and pre-production costs. So that's proven to be an excellent investment. The core book, again, was not published. As people may or may not know, the core book has been published since 1922, and after World War II, the then regulator PMG radio branch published the core book annually, then outsourcing this publishing role to the WIA in the mid-1950s. The WIA continued publishing that. And the WIA actually has an in perpetuity contract with ACMA's predecessor. However, in discussions with them, the comment was that if we published another one, they would cancel the contract. So we're in an interesting stalemate. This is with ACMA. And that's largely been caused by, I'll talk about that in another section actually. Representation, 2020 was not a very busy year due to restrictions on travel and meetings brought about by COVID-19. The official, we did send, as you know, in late 2019, a delegation, as part of the delegation to the World Radio Conference. But we continue with dealing with a number of stakeholders in terms of amateur radio. These include, of course, ACMA, DOCA, the Department of Communications, although that's now got a name as long as your arm in terms of the number of things that are wound in with the Department of Communications. The ITU, which is the United Nations Specialist Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, the IARU, the International Amateur Radio Union, the IARU Region 3 representing Oceania. And there will in fact be a meeting of IARU Region 3 later this year, but I suspect it will be a virtual meeting rather than a face-to-face meeting. And we also represented on the Standards Australia body in terms of commercial interference.
Greg, may I make a comment? It's Dale Hughes, VK1DSH.
Certainly.
Just to correct, well, perhaps change terminology. You mentioned that it wasn't a very big year in terms of representation. Well, all the meetings still went ahead. The only thing that happened was that there was no travel. So all of the representative work still went on. In fact, it was probably busier because people could have meetings with no cost. So I'd just like you to amend the record to say that travel wasn't.
Yeah, I agree, actually. And there are still, I understand, Dale, that there are already preparatory meetings going on for the next World Radio Conference.
That's correct. They never stopped. So the meeting schedule has been just as rigorous, probably worse, but there's just been no travel to support it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I think there was probably a little bit of local focus in terms of the impact. To some extent, the move to virtual meetings has, in fact, facilitated things that would otherwise be too difficult. Obviously, we also liaise with international bodies, equivalent peak bodies such as the ARRL, NZART, and the RSGB. In there during 2020, Peter Young continued in his role as a director of IRR3, but I would like to report that Peter this year has now resigned his position on the board of Region 3 IARU. And I think Dale's covered the fact that meetings continue for the next World Radio Conference, and the WIA has put provisions in its budget to allow for a face-to-face meeting in 2023. Whether that will happen, we don't know. This year we report a trading profit of $69,854 for full year 2020. This is a significant turnaround from last year, where we, I think it was about 59,000 was the posted deficit last year, which is pleasing. However, it's due in part to the COVID-19 JobKeeper and subsidies from the Victorian government, plus the reduction in travel for the WRC. So that's had the effect of reversing, quite a significant reversal in that time, and we've basically re-established the position we had before the World Radio Conference in 2019. The Institute remains very solvent and continues to enjoy a strong overall financial position with substantial assets, both cash and property, and with zero debt. I'll refer to the financial report later for details, which is attached to the end of this. And I will note that members can request to receive the report during the financial year. The Institute is exempt from paying income tax under the provisions of the Income Tax Act as a not-for-profit. The WIA is fully committed conforming to the ATO guidelines for not-for-profits for expense reimbursement and ex gratia payments. Failure to do so can put at risk the NFPs for tax-free status. As a non-for-profit, no dividends are therefore paid or payable to members or directors. As I touched on early, the Institute is an incorporated company limited by guarantee. If the company is wound up, the Articles Association provide that each member is to contribute a maximum of $20 towards any remaining outstanding obligations of the company. And the residual cash or assets must then be distributed to like organisations. I hope that eventuality never occurs, but the total liability based on current membership would be $62,500. The board formed a strategic advisory committee in June 27. This committee has taken discovery and analysis. I have to say that I would say that due to the loss of a number of members in the last year, 18 months, the strategy advisory committee is basically in a hiatus, although it did initiate a number of things that have been quite useful to us, particularly the service management system or the ticketing system, which is, without that, we would not have been able to operate remotely from the office. And that, that was extremely useful during the COVID period. It's also useful from the point of view that we can track things very carefully. Just excuse me for a second, I'll just get myself a glass of water.
Just while Greg does that, if those that have joined the meeting late, if you wouldn't mind please renaming yourselves with your name and your call sign, and please switch your video on. Keep your audio muted. Thanks.
Okay, back again. In conclusion, as the peak body representing amateur radio amateurs both within Australia and internationally, these objectives distill into two survival goals. One, to lobby for and protect the spectrum access, and two, to ensure survival through innovation for the continued relevance of the hobby. These objectives have changed little over the years and decades despite the pace of technology. Try and summarise this. 2020 was a year of consolidation, focus on the sustainability of the organisation. It is actively making the organisation more sustainable with a longer term focus. Membership engagement is a constant focus for the board, along with attracting new members, and this will continue to be a focus area in 2021. There are over 100 volunteers Australia-wide who perform various functions at the Institute, as well as 2 full-time and part-time staff members in the office. The committee revitalisation is another focus of the board, and as I mentioned, that the strategy group definitely needs some TLC at this point in terms of that, and we have a new incoming director, Peter Schrader, who's very keen to run with that from what he has said. The board continues to actively drive the ACMA FYSO, the 5-year strategic outlook agenda. and is in ongoing contact with ACMA on a range of matters. And in fact, I was speaking to ACMA only 2 days ago. The board has an excellent working relationship with the ACMA licensing and policy areas, and is actively planning what amateur service will look like under a new Radio Communications Act. As seen in the representation section, the board is actively involved in the IRU Region 3 and ITU activity and funds its commitment to send representatives to these activities. This annual national representation is a non-trivial cost to the Institute. The WIA again represents the interests of all the Australian cohort of radio amateurs. At the operational level, the board is actively looking to improve the processes and function of the WIA using continuous improvement principles. In addition to those activities, the board is satisfied that many other activities of the Institute all contribute to the pursuit of the overall objectives of the Institute. As a volunteer-based, not-for-profit organisation, the board is always seeking the skills of members that can help extend the scope, efficiency and effectiveness of the WIA, not just technical skills, but also in areas of management, marketing, legal, finance, media, IT and strategy. We also need mentors to assist new and aspiring amateurs with the hobby. Remember that the WIA is you and us with a democratically elected board. Only with your support as WIA members and as WIA volunteers can we continue the 110-year legacy of the WIA representing Australian amateurs. So whilst we always appreciate suggestions and invite constructive critical scrutiny, it is volunteers with a passion for the expansion, reinvention and relevance of the hobby that will ensure the WIA continues to a second centenary anniversary. The WIA needs you, even if you can only contribute a few hours each month. And that's by resolution of the WIA Board of Directors. And if there's no objection, I'll continue now on to just an overview of the financial reports. In 2020, the revenue from ordinary activities was 304,239 versus 340,561 in 2019. What has changed is our cost to reduce the cost of sales and services has come down from 134,533 in 2019 to 92,000 last year. And employee expense down from 138 to 108,578. And that's largely because Petra moved to a part-time role during 2019 with the cessation of the, during 2020 with the cessation of the contract. In terms of extraordinary items, you'll see an item there, other income, 74,834, and that's basically the contribution of the COVID JobKeeper assistance. That all leads to a profit or surplus of $69,854 versus a deficit or loss of $56,014 in the prior year in 2019. In terms of total assets, that position of that has also improved. It was 669,431 in 2019, and it was 746,155 in 2020. It's necessary to remember that the major part of that is in fact the Bayswater office, the industrial unit that's there. Liabilities are less. And you see they've reduced from 215,000 to 167,330 in 2020. Non-current liabilities, you'll see that that has actually increased from 77,000 in 2019 to 131,939, and that reflects a large increase in the multi-year memberships. So that's effectively unearned income where we have the money, but under the accrual accounting system that we use, we only draw down those, say if it's a 5-year membership, we only draw that down by 1/60th or 1 month's worth of that each month. And if it's a 12-month one, we draw down 1/12th of that each month. So the remainder basically remains as unearned income. So the total equity is for this year 446,886 versus 377,032. The closing balance at the end of 2020 is $446,886. In terms of cash flow from operating activities, receipts from customers was 264,000 in 859 in 2020 versus 33772 in 2019. The major offset in that was a reduction in payments to suppliers and employees, and also the additional government grants received. At call deposits has improved significantly from last year, from 2019, from 11,358 to 51,344. With that, I'll go to seeing if the building in Bayswater was last revalued in December 2017. The valuation was completed by an independent valuer. At this point, we haven't sought to revalue that, though the expectation is it's probably higher than lower than that amount, but it is a conservative figure that we're happy with. Provisions. The major provision, apart from annual leave and long service leave, is for international representation. So the provision in 2019 was 24,250, and again 24,250 this year for international representation. In terms of various other liabilities, that covers various contests and awards, and they're not large amounts of money, in the sort of 1,000 to 3,000 range. And again, the WIA has not entered into any operating or finance lease agreements with a third party, so it has no lease expenditure commitments at the moment. I will read section 19, which is events after the reporting period. As of late February 2020, the Australian government put in place measures in relation to COVID-19 pandemic, which caused many businesses to suspend trading. The WA has continued to operate during this time with minimal impact upon its core activities, as most WA members are still able to continue their amateur radio pursuits despite the public restrictions. While it's still too early to estimate the full financial impact upon the WA, it is expected that it will not significantly impact the company's future financial positions. No other matters or circumstances have arisen since balance date that have significantly affected or may significantly affect the company's operations. The results of these operations or the company's state of affairs in future financial years. And that's signed on the behalf of directors. And at the end of this, you'll find the statement from the auditors that say that they declare that to the best of their knowledge and belief during the year ended 31 December 2020, there have been 1, no contraventions of auditor independence requirements as set out in the Corporations Act 2001 in relation to the audit, and 2, no contraventions of any applicable code of professional conduct in relation to the audit. And that means that I believe our financial accounts could withstand any scrutiny. Let's go to the end of that, so we're getting close to the end. And that's signed off by the partner Heinz May of Kidmans. So with that, as I said, the operating surplus of 69,000, which is a much improved position from last year, and we're in good space. Other than, as I said, the continuing challenge with maintaining membership. So with that, any comment on the financial report? I've taken Peter Freeman's question on notice.
I have another minor suggestion, Greg. Under item 15, subsection B, I think you need to amend it to June 2021 rather than June 2020.
Sorry, under 15. I'll get to
15B, 2021 annual conference. The final line refers to June 2020. I don't think we've gone backwards that far.
The final line section. What page number is that, sorry?
In the PDF document, it's page 24 and it's numbered page 23 on the actual page that's displayed.
And it was number
15 under contingent assets and liabilities. Item B, 2021 annual conference. The final line refers to June 2020.
Oh, I see, yeah. Thanks for picking up the typos. I'll mark that. We need to pay the directors more money to do that. Anyway, thanks, Peter. I'm joking, the directors don't get paid. All right, are there any other comments, typos or other things people would like to comment on before we move to accept the financial report? I'm looking for any raised hands for people that have still got their cameras on. Nope. So I asked for someone to move the motion to accept the financial report for financial year 2020.
I shall so move. Eric, VK2VE.
Thank you, Eric. Can we have someone to second that?
I'll second that. John Harper, VK3MS.
Thanks, John. I'll just note that. You'll note that on our agenda we haven't any statement on the auditors. They will continue as our auditors. We've been very pleased with the auditors and their diligence and thoroughness. So we leave that standing as for next year. And I think it's important that we continue with auditing accounts. It's not a trivial expense, although it wouldn't reduce a huge amount. As an organisation of this size with this revenue, we are only legally required to have a review of the accounts. However, given the sort of ruckus created by some people in the 2016-27 period, I think it's useful to ensure that there is no room to draw baseless conclusions that could lead people to think that there are any issues with the accounts. All right. The next thing is a special resolution. One of the things about the constitution of the WIA is that it doesn't include a reference to a code of conduct, and most model constitutions now that you would adopt would include a reference to a code of conduct. And this is something that the board has viewed as something that will assist in ensuring that we have clarity in terms of members' behaviour and how that's dealt with. In terms of how this is structured, all we're putting into the constitution is a reference to a code of conduct that will be an external document. It'd actually be a regulations document. We haven't actually written that document yet, and we intend to write that in consultation with members and affiliated clubs. So we intend to send an exposure draft of that out in the next quarter, and hopefully have the actual code of conduct finalised by the year end. We're trying to set sort of reasonable timeframes to achieve this. And we would also hope that where there are affiliated clubs that don't have a code of conduct, that they might consider adopting this as well. Now, a marked up version of the Constitution was available in the download links. As I said, the changes are very minor. They're simply added under Section 5 under membership that there is a code of conduct, and that the consequences of serious breaches of that, which will be defined in the actual code of conduct, and can lead to membership cancellation. The code of conduct will also include what level of mediation and other things that will be available. It won't be a lay down misere in terms of the board. There'll be at least a show cause followed by the availability of a mediation to deal with this. The reason we think this is important is in this time of social media, there are lots of things flying around where people seem to think that it's reasonable to say things about people or organisations and things that they wouldn't say in a face-to-face conversation. The keyboard warrior effect. So we think this is a useful thing to do. I don't think it's something that would get engaged on any regular basis, and it certainly wouldn't impinge on the free speech of people outside of the context of the WIA. So it's purely about having members behave well to each other, members to each other, and also to maintain a safe working environment. There's been a number of examples with our staff in the office of them being treated to a tirade of what amounts to abuse and profanity, and they certainly don't have that in their job description, and it's not something that is helpful in any way, shape or form. Now that doesn't happen very often, but it is something that we think we need to deal with. It. The general view is that we should have a zero tolerance for any form of abuse, harassment, bullying, or exclusion. And that means, one of the things on exclusion that I raise to people is that one of the reasons that we proposed removing the F prefix from foundation licenses was that we saw numerous examples of what can be seen as exclusion behaviour. And I think now that's settled down, I still see examples of what I call the vigilante behaviour, the band vigilantes, but where people are always worried about whether someone is operating inside or outside of their license class. And a recent one I saw was whether through a DMR link of repeaters where something was popping out on 6 metres on part of the band that foundation licenses don't have access to. So, that wasn't the case, but it didn't stop people sort of raising it as an issue. So with that, I'd like to invite, first of all, a little bit of discussion on this before we take the vote. So is there anyone? I see Peter again. So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, Peter, VK3PF. I'm sorry, Greg, I believe this item is not valid. It involves a change to the Constitution, which needs to comply with the Corporations Act. The Corporations Act requires a special resolution motion to be appropriately worded and included in the notice of the meeting with 21 days notice. There was no such notice in the original documents for this meeting. It only appeared 2 or 3 days ago when the updated agenda was issued for members to download. So therefore, it is my view that the proposed special resolution does not meet the 21-day notice requirement and is therefore invalid under the Incorporations Act. Furthermore, the presentation of the motion is not in, I believe, not in an adequate form to meet the requirements of the Act. Well,
The first thing is that that may well be true, and certainly we were, as a group of directors who have other things going on in their lives and don't have paid executive secretaries and other things to do things, we struggle to get things ready before this. I think that it was not useful. I accept the fact that that is what it states. The change is very minor, and I think it's a change that is worth doing. I'd be very disappointed if we're basically trying to. We're not a Fortune 500 company, which is what those laws are written for. And I appreciate that technically that's the case, but I think you also have to look at whether it's a change that has any materiality in terms of negative impact on people.
Well, I again state that as the Constitution says that we must meet the requirements of the Corporations Act, and this item clearly does not meet those requirements with 21 days notice. Therefore, the motion is invalid. We cannot vote on it because we have not had 21 days notice. It's as simple as that.
Okay, Peter. I'll just move. Other people wish to comment.
Yeah, look, Greg, I also support Peter here. I don't think sufficient notice has been given. Therefore, I move that the motion not now be put. That's a motion that doesn't require seconding. It requires voting on straight away.
Okay, now we can't do a show of hands vote on this, but we have other people that wish to speak. So,
point of order, Mr. Chair. The motion is a procedural one. It must be voted down before anyone further can comment.
okay. In which case, I want.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There is not a seconder to that motion, I believe.
No, the motion does not require a seconder, but if
there is not a seconder to the motion that the bylaws, or that the Constitution be changed, and therefore any other motions following on from that are still not valid.
Just to clarify, John, you're referring to the fact there hasn't actually been a motion put for this itself?
That's correct.
Yes.
We're still in the discussion phase.
Exactly.
We're just discussing it.
Exactly.
Now, my input is I agree with Peter on the technicality, but secondly, it's also a bit rude to present such a thing without a draft conduct document. I'm sure it'll be nice and fine and not nasty to people, but you know, we should at least expect to see a draft of the code of conduct and the 21 days notice.
Okay.
We all know there are other people elsewhere who will criticise you if you do anything even slightly wrong. So we need to follow the letter of the law.
Patrick?
I also support the comments regarding the need to comply with the requirements of the Corporation Act. I would also ask what distinguishes having this provision in the Constitution from the powers of the board under clause 5.7 to expel a member where it's not in the Institute's interests to have that person as a member. Surely that is enough to be able to deal with misconduct by a member. I would also ask this marked up version of the Constitution with the meetings papers, page 5 of the PDF document, 5.4 part E says is expelled under clause 5.6. That appears to be an error. The relevant section appears to actually be clause 5.7 of the Constitution.
Sorry, I'm not. So what clause am I reading? It's
where the marked up change is clause 5.4,
yep.
part E is expelled under clause 5.6, but it appears that the relevant clause for expulsion is actually clause 5.7.
Okay, well, I think you've actually found a typo that's in the original Constitution, because as far as I can see, that's not a changed item. I can quickly check that, but
I also would like actually a response to that question of what distinguishes this new code of conduct from that existing power to expel a member.
There's a huge difference. The difference is that is an entirely subjective view of what is in the best interests. And your view of what that is and my view of what that is can be two entirely different things. It doesn't set any, nor does it give any advice to members as to what is the best interests of the Institute. It's a very open thing. In terms of experience of trying to actually exercise that clause, it's a minefield. And because there are, as I said, it's entirely subjective as to what your view, what the person that you would be attempting to expel's view would be. It, as I said, the Constitution compared to current model constitutions for similar organisations now, such as this, do include a section on a code of conduct and what sort of action should take place, but they do. And as I said, they also include things in terms of intermediate steps to avoid like going from a show cause through to mediation and so on.
Mr. Chairman,
nominate the mediator.
Until we actually have a seconder for this motion, all discussion should not occur.
Well, is anyone going to second the motion?
Point of order, Mr. Chair, that there's not a real motion on the document.
That's right.
In the term on the minutes paper, so we're discussing nothing, and Brian's procedural motion still has not been addressed. I would suggest that it might be prudent to take no action at all on this item, and to move any further discussion to the open forum, because it's clearly an item that needs to be considered at a further either special general meeting or annual general meeting after appropriate notice has been given.
Okay. I'll just defer briefly to Scott. My view is I agree that we will simply not move a motion on this item. I think that's unfortunate, but so be it.
I'm not against the idea, Greg. I'm about we need to be to do okay. And to be seen to do things properly.
Yes, and I accept that in the sense that in the sort of world of virtual meetings, which we can still run, it's not a great overhead to run a special general meeting for this. So I'm happy to defer that to a later SGM. So,
Greg, could I suggest that you might want to consider accepting a motion that this committee empowers the WIA and the board to develop a code of conduct to be presented at the next meeting of the WIA?
I suspect, in terms of my interpretation of this, that at an AGM we can't move motions that aren't on the agenda. So all we can do at this point is move this to a work in progress state. I appreciate the discussion, and I think it's useful to work through sort of some of the issues. So at least when we do either raise this at an SGM or the next AGM, there's been some input. Before I close off on this item, is there any other comment generally on this? I'll just
Greg, if I could speak for a moment, Scott.
Yeah.
Greg, I concur and agree with Peter that it is insufficient notice. Although it might be minor, the Corporations Act is the Corporations Act, and you know, obviously we need to comply. In definitions at item 4.2, under the section consent to membership, it does actually give rise there that the board may from time to time determine forms, as it says by the board, including such other matters, including but not limited to consents. And as was discussed, that the board could potentially introduce a code of conduct whereby it says that there's an additional requirement to consent to a code of practice, which forms part of the consent to membership. A discussion at board was obviously it would be better if it was spelt out, Greg, where it was defined as a code of conduct in the Constitution. But I believe that it still gives rise where the Constitution, as it's written right now, in fact allows for the board, in consultation with the membership, to go and introduce such other regulations or such other policy procedures as it sees fit as part of the consent to membership. So look, to Peter's point, I do agree though that the motion cannot be dealt with at this meeting, and it would need to be corrected within the consent period, 21 days, unless all members consented to an earlier notice, and 95% of the members would have to consent to an early period of notice to hold an EGM. So I guess, Greg, what I'm saying is that I think it does need to be deferred today, but I believe the Constitution does give rise to where a code of conduct can be introduced anyway.
Yes, although that consent, I believe, would only occur at best at a membership renewal.
And that's where, Greg, it becomes subjective about that at each year that, you know, when does a member stop being a member? Is it a renewal? You know, is it a consent to new membership? And this is where it all gets a little bit tricky, Greg.
Yeah, so that's
maybe.
Yeah, so that's where I'm less comfortable with that in terms of as an approach.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, Greg, the decision was taken that to introduce the code of conduct. So, look, Greg, I think we've spent enough time on it. I think that, you know, the notice period wasn't adequate.
Okay, I agree the notice period doesn't meet that. So, but I think we've had a useful discussion about it anyway. So, with that, we'll move on.
Greg, you still actually have a procedural motion hanging, so either that needs to be withdrawn or it needs to be voted on.
The procedural motion, which one, the Peter Freeman one or the Brian?
Brian's one.
Brian, could you restate the motion?
Sure, that this motion not now be put.
Agreed. I support Brian on that.
Okay, done. And we'll move on.
Well, you need to put the motion or Brian needs to withdraw it, either one way or the other.
Well, I'll put the motion, but I believe it just needs to be seconded, doesn't it?
No.
Technically, no. It's a procedural motion.
Procedural motion does not need seconding.
Okay. Well, then the motion is put.
So it's up to you as the chairperson to put the motion to the meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, I will put the motion, as I said, the motion is put to the meeting.
So how are we voting on it?
How about just vote in the comments? People type agree in the comment. It'll come up with your name against it.
Yeah, we can't do a show of hands vote, so it has to come through. So
I'm not sure of the strict legalities, Greg and Brian or Eric. I guess the alternative might be, rather than formally going to a vote, is that the chair accepts the motion and simply moves to the next item on the agenda.
Or the chair declines to put or withdraws the special resolution, which is his power.
Yeah, that would be adequate as well. That might be the cleanest way, Greg.
I think it is. I'll on that discussion, I will withdraw the special resolution.
Well done.
Well done.
And we'll move on to the next session, which is the President's address. And hopefully after that, you won't get to hear from me for much more from the meeting. So I start now with item 10 on the agenda, and so this is about the year and the review, the President's report. There is no doubt that 2020 will be remembered as the year of the pandemic, and of course it continues today, with Sydney entering a partial lockdown of the eastern suburbs yesterday. Vaccination at scale is the only sensible way out of this pandemic, and we owe a great debt to the scientists that developed these vaccines. Australia has stumbled in the rollout of vaccines despite leading the world in the suppression of the virus over the last 15 months. If public servants and politicians had understood game theory, might have avoided the supply constraints. I strongly encourage all our members to get vaccinated, obviously seeking advice from their appropriate GP. But my understanding is the personal benefits far outweigh the minuscule risks. The new Delta variant is a beast, quite a different beast to the original SARS-CoV-2 virus, with an infection rate 0 or 5 versus 2. The reason I bring this up is that I believe that COVID-19 is not going to go away anytime soon. With an infection rate of 5, that means one person will infect 5 people, then 25, then 125 with the new Delta variant, versus the original, which would be 1, then 2, then 4, then 8. So that's right, 125 cases versus 8 in the same number of generations. So if we think that COVID is anywhere near over, I think we're very much overly optimistic. Financial results, as I mentioned. Sorry? Financial result, we ended financial year 2020 in a good position, assisted by some support. This was far from certain early in 2020. Our revenue in first quarter of 2020, which predominantly comes from memberships, was down by 16% year on year, as people generally held back on discretionary spending due to the pandemic. It was impossible to predict what would occur later in the year. As an NFP, we were able to access the JobKeeper subsidy with, as our revenue impact was more than 15%. This offset some wage costs. There were also a couple of small grants received from the state government to assist small businesses. We also didn't have the World Radio Conference costs in the year, and we put in place provisioning for the next conference, World Radio Conference in 2023. Membership, as people will see from the Director's report, continues to be an issue. The WIA will continue to struggle to maintain services and provide the necessary representations at the low 3,000s. 4,000 is necessary to provide sufficient surplus to be an effective in lobbying and representation, and 5,000 would give us the cloud in numbers, being about 30% of licensed amateurs. We have had a membership committee or subcommittee formed, and I have to say the reduction in the roll-off, I believe, is in part due to their efforts, which continued into this year. In terms of challenges and opportunities and threats, as I mentioned, COVID is in no way something that we can think will go away in the short term. We've got continuing mail delays that have impacted us in various ways and certainly affected the election process. Continuation of working from home. In terms of committee highlights, I think we've both the Spectrum Committee, Membership Committee and PubCom have been doing some great things. And their reports are in the download section for people to peruse. Coming into to this year, we've obviously got the regulator and the class license issues, which has the potential to turn things topsy-turvy, depending on how the regulator proceeds. They're very keen, I believe, in moving to a class license, but there are lots of issues that we raised with them in this year. It's also, for me, time to reflect. I won't be renominating as president. I've done 2 years, and will be passing the baton to someone else, as happened prior to me with Justin. But I do make some comments about the WIA in general. When the WIA moved from the state-based model with the basically to the national model that it has now in 2004, I believe that was moving from one suboptimal model to another. And one thing that I observe is that I think we need a lot more regional connection with the community, the amateur community. And in this way, I think we should possibly look at the RSGB model of how it operates in regions, and basically work with our affiliated clubs to come up with some approach. I don't have a solution for it, but I know that what we've got now, I don't believe is the best fit for things going forward in terms of the extending the longevity of the WIA. The only other comment that I'll make generally is that I also, and this is my personal view, not a view of the board, that we should make a change to the board to increase it to 9 rather than 7 and move to a 3x3 model. So the term would go from 2 years to 3 years. And there are a couple of reasons for this. One is that I think that 2 years isn't enough for a new director. From my own experience and the experience of others, it takes about a year to come up to speed with the various aspects of the organisation and the interactions. And the other thing is that I believe that by increasing the board to 9, which I think is the same number as organisations like AR New South Wales, it just means that there is a better spread of workload. And of course, the workload isn't necessarily spread evenly, but with more people there, it obviously, I think, would improve things. The other thing that I think is really important, it's something that when, as a board, we had a number of video conferences about 18 months ago with the RSGB, was a need to basically funnel all communication through a media and marketing group to maintain absolute consistency of message and brand. And that's something that we don't have now. So we have a situation where we're getting messages from various sections, different directors have and so on. And I think that's something that it would be worthwhile pursuing. I have a lot of optimism for the future. I see a lot of good feedback from members and very, very constructive suggestions. And I think that WIA, which is now 111 years young, has lasted this long. I don't see any reason that it can't reinvent itself to continue well into the future. So with that, I'll close my President's address. and move on to the election operation.
If I might interrupt briefly, Greg.
Sure.
Stuart, VK3SH, can you please mute your microphone?
I can do it. He's just muted.
Thank you.
So Scott, would you mind giving the result of the that we received from the returning officer?
Before you proceed, I want to make a comment on your address there, please.
Yeah, certainly.
When I was a director, I put forward a terms of reference for the publications group to include all media. Unfortunately, it kept getting put at the bottom of the agenda, even under your presidency. So I suggest that that terms of reference come to the fore again.
No, thanks for that, Brian. And that's part of the reason that I was suggesting that we increase the size of the board to increase its capacity. One of the issues with the WIA is that the board doesn't just direct; it has to, by nature of the fact that we don't have a CEO at management level. We do get involved on the management side, but yes, I appreciate your suggestion there, Brian. Lee, do you want to just give a brief summary of the election results?
I just don't have them with me. I can rattle them off without the numbers, Greg, just who they are.
Oh, we don't need the actual numbers. Just who we now have as.
Oh, okay. So after the election, it was resolved that Peter Cleave, VK8ZZ, was re-elected. Greg Kelly, VK2GPK, was re-elected. And new director, welcome Peter Schrader, VK4EA, was the new director to be elected. And that gives a full complement now of 7 directors on the board.
You missed Scott. So.
And how could I miss Scott? And Scott Williams, VK3KJ, was also re-elected.
Thanks for that. I will make the point that I was very pleased to see that we had 8 people put their names up this year for election. That's a change from the previous 2 years, so that's a good thing. We'll now move on to general business for any other questions related to the AGM. Anyone just put their hand up if they've got anything to. No, doesn't look like it. That's all good. Must be people getting hungry. We'll move on to vacancies. We'll need to the returning officer, after many years of service, has resigned from that role, and so we're looking for a new returning officer. So I'll sort of canvass the meeting if anyone else that is willing to consider that. If not, we'll have to take it offline. No volunteers. No. Okay, well, with that, I'll move to Mark has his hand up. Sorry, I missed it. Mark, can you? Mark Hillman, was it? Did you put your hand up?
Sorry, I left it up. It's down now.
Oh, okay, that's a pity. So we that remains vacant. So we'll have to fill that sometime before the end of the year. Okay, merit awards, Lee.
Okay. So during the year, the WIA receives nominations for awards for people for outstanding service and contribution to either the community or the WIA. And there's also publications awards. That's the next section. So we had several nominations, and the ones that were basically approved was for the Chris Jones Award for Kevin Johnston, VK4UH, for promotion of the microwave activity continually for a long period of time, and articles of media scatter which appeared in AR magazine. For technical excellence, Roger Clark, VK3KYY, for his software development of the DMR radios, a radio oddity model, and it's very enhancing for blind operators for access and usability, as well as making some really fancy features available in those radios. The President's commendation went to Jim Gordon, VK3ZKK, for his historical articles on early wartime radio, and also to Robert Hudson, VK2AOR, for his diligent community service during the COVID in 2020. So they're the awards so far. Greg, did you want me to just continue on with the publication while we're here?
Definitely, thank you.
Yeah, all good. Do you want me to do that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So the PubCom Awards, and again for articles towards Amateur Radio magazine, the technical award goes to Carmel Morris, VK2CAR for clothesline wire made easy multiband antenna. The Higginbotham Award goes to Roger Harrison, VK2ZZH, and Sergio Fontana. The Al Shaw-Smith Award goes to Peter Wolfenden, VK3RV, for call books, their continuing value and when governments ruled the ether. So that's it from the PubCom committee as well, Greg, so back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. So that moves us into other business. So we there can be some general questions in this space. So is there anything else people want to bring up? Any suggestions? I don't see any hands up. With a vote of thanks, I would like to thank all the volunteers that have assist the WIA, my fellow directors who are also volunteers, and particularly Bruce and Petra, who have provided sort of fantastic service, customer service in our office. And I'd like to move that vote of thanks with the meeting. Well, with that, I'll now close the meeting. We now move on to the open forum session. just to kick that off, I've asked John Maisel to give a brief talk about something that's I think worth knowing about, a thing called Technorama. And in terms of full disclosure, I'm also a member of Technorama. So with that, John, would you be able to give us a minute or two on that?
Sure. And let's just confirm that my audio is working.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, hello, everybody. I'm John. I'm a broadcast engineer, and I think at this point I'm a 40-year member of the WIA, as it is and was. I wouldn't be a broadcast engineer if I hadn't engaged with ham radio as a hobby. Ham radio came a bit later, though. I started as a 12-year-old building broadcast studios at home, as you did. I became aware of ham radio as a teenager, and indeed one of my early mentors was an avid SWL who strangely never got his license. This was in Melbourne. So I find myself with a career in broadcasting, technology, community radio, and ham radio, all sort of intertwined. My introduction to the hobby actually came via a group that many of you who were in Melbourne would have known, and these were the young crossband missions people who terrorized 1840 in the 1970s, and some of those people are still around. It was hugely entertaining. It was very unexpected. I learned a lot about the social value of ham radio out of that, certainly a lot beyond "it is not raining in Tokyo." These are people who showed lots of passion, especially for quality audio. And so I reached out to a lot of those crossbanders when I started building 3PBS in the late 70s. They became part of my engineering team. And indeed, we not only built studios, we built exciter, transmitter, power amplifier, even a multi-element, omnidirectional, horizontally polarized FM antenna, transmitter antenna, all from scratch. It was all stuff that we did, and we all learned out of this. As part of that, I discovered I was learning stuff, so I went and got my license. I became a regular member of the VK3 broadcast team for WIA. Many of the 3PBS crossover people stayed in the broadcast industry. They went on to have careers in broadcasting, and many of them become close and lifelong friends. Now, why do I mention this? Well, because the broadcast industry currently suffers from a number of problems that you would recognize as affecting the ham radio community. Lack of training, greying of the participants, difficulty of attracting new entrants, dropping in skill, loss of mentors. And yet there are plenty of frontiers. There are lots of things to go and discover. I've discovered there's an inextricable link between amateur radio as a hobby, technology as a career, and the training that makes all that happen. And anybody who knows me knows that my real passion is community broadcasting and education. Now, when I unexpectedly fell into television in the 80s, and it was a complete surprise, Ohm's law, transmission lines, velocity factor, antenna knowledge, all stuff I'd learned from my license suddenly snapped into shape. It was absolutely critical to my career. And this is all stuff that I got from studying for my call. Even Morse code, occasionally pops up. There's some sort of key messages that come through for me. Broadcasting is a technology business. Even though content is king, nothing happens without transmitters, studios, interconnections, implementations. It's all the stuff we learn as amateurs. So amateur radio and broadcasting has lots of common ground, despite which there has been traditionally very little cross-pollination at any sort of formal level. Let's snap to the organization that Greg mentioned, Technorama. That was something I created with some others in around about 2007, and it's become the peak body for technologists in community radio in Australia. There are more than 460 community radio stations in this country. Many of them don't have an adequate technology support. Many of them don't even have ATEC at all, which is sort of tragic and bizarre. but they all have transmitters, they all have antennas, they have studios, they have interconnections, they all have need for people who have the knowledge. So what does Technorama do? Well, we run training, we run webinars, we do things to try and raise awareness of the lots of technologists. We focus both on technologists and the environment in which technologists work. And that means boards and committees and regulators and councils and process and projects and even creative activities. And you couldn't fail to notice from the discussion of procedural motions that technologists seem to have a really good grasp of how the law and stuff like that works. That all comes from the analytical skills that we build up in order to get equipment to go and run. Technorama is about building bridges and linkage. And we run an annual gathering. It's focused on community building and education and bringing more skills to the sector, a sector that has a dramatic shortage of skills. Now, yeah, Greg is right. He is a member of Technorama, has been for a little while. I've had lots of discussions with Greg and also with Matthew, VK2 YAP, a fellow colleague in community radio and president of ARNSW. And we know that cross-pollination of amateur radio operators and community radio technologists, cross-pollination is a really smart move for both sectors. There's much in common between the two sectors, and there's much outlet in both areas for the drives and skills that come from each of the other hobbies. And there's a lot of opportunity to swell the ranks of both hobbies and sectors by showing why ham radio is such an exciting thing to be involved with, why it's increasingly relevant, and why broadcasting needs amateur radio operators to be part of the echo culture. And as we move back, as Greg talked about in his discussion about COVID, we move back to less physical contact, less ability to actually be in the same place. Ham radio and radio broadcasting become sort of more relevant than ever. So what am I asking you to do as part of this? Firstly, I'd like you to go and have a look at the Technorama website. It's not hard to find, technorama.org.au. Make it known to us, the Technorama people, the broadcasting people, that you're a ham and you're interested in getting involved. You're interested in cross-pollinating. Join. It only costs $10. It's really, really cheap. Find a community radio station. There's bound to be one near you. Get involved. The chances are there isn't a good tech there, particularly if it's a small station. Let me know personally if you're trying to get involved and that's not working. Look for ways to encourage latent technology interest from people who are involved and to get noobs involved in amateur radio. Think of projects that might benefit both you and the community. We're currently focused on small board computing like Arduinos and Raspberry Pis, and we're focused on transmission. One is a very new and emerging area and quite exciting, and it's the one that the JCars of this world and the electronics of this world are building up in terms of being able to supply kits and the experience that will consolidate knowledge. But most community radio stations will say nobody has any idea how the transmitter works. Possibly nobody's even looked at it for 10 years, and it's a miracle it's still operating. And I hear so many people say so much stupid stuff that they wouldn't say if they'd had even a basic exposure to ham radio and an understanding of transmitters. Go and be an ambassador for training in the development of technologists. Do that for community radio, do it for ham radio. Get in touch with me personally if you think I can help you with the mission. I'm john@technorama.org.au, or you can go to the website and look for info@, or you can find the contact page on the Technorama website and the contact form. They will all reach me and my colleagues. And if you can't find me, ask Greg, but get involved. And let's look how we can pull two sectors that both have really common missions together. And that's the end of the sermon. Thanks, Greg. And Greg, you're muted.
Standard problem. Apologies. Yeah, thanks, John. A bit longer than the 3 minutes, but very much appreciated. And I hope other people are aware that this is an area that, as I say, is crying out for people that understand RF in particular and things electrical. In terms of Technorama, my guess is that around a third or more of the people are amateurs. And the other factor that's occurring is that the other technical people are often people with BOCPs and TVOCPs that are generally fast disappearing in terms of their numbers in supporting these community radio stations. It's a worthwhile thing to do if you can get involved. These community radio stations do make a difference. And as John said, there's lots of them. I was actually involved with another amateur who's on this call and setting up a station from scratch, Radio Dongog. We were there on the setting up the initial transmission. And I've also had an involvement with another community radio station in Sydney. But certainly think about it, and as I say, I think you'll find it's something that is a very rewarding thing to do. With that, as I said, this is an open forum for ask us any question. You've got the board here, maybe not Lee, but at the moment. So if you've got any question, just ask us, and we'll see what we can come up with. Oh, well, as I said, any suggestions or things that could be done differently?
Just continuing on from John's presentation there, I was approached by a local community would-be, wannabe broadcaster. I won't give names because they're now a successful broadcaster. And they had some technical whiz kid who thought that all he needed to do was to have a mixing desk and a transmitter and he would have a station. But he could not get a license. And then I started assisting him from a strategic point of view to think about the marketing, who was going to support the station, and the finance, where was the money going to come from? And once they started focusing on those things and actually found supporters, sponsors and so on, they were then able to get a license and to operate. And they have done successfully for the last 25 years. But they needed that first impetus to get off the technical hobby horse.
Oh, that's right. They are small businesses. There are quite a lot of grants in the community radio space, and one of my contributions to the station in Sydney in particular was that they couldn't write a successful grant application for any amount of money, basically. And in my first 6 months there, I think I got them $20,000 worth of grants, which for an organisation that had about $30,000 in the bank at the time, that was a big deal. So there's different ways you can assist. As Brian's saying, particularly that a lot of this is straight business, like corporate 101 stuff, and they just don't have the skills. And particularly in terms of a lot of stations do have some kind of technical resource, but they tend to be in a lot of cases, a Cisco switch jockey, and they see everything in terms of digital audio and connecting things via IP. But at some point in the game, typically there's a link to the transmitting station site and then the transmitter itself. And basically, they typically most of the people that you'll deal with in a community station are actually presenters. And they really do need help, and they do appreciate help at any level, whether it's just helping them with the grants maybe once or twice a year, or whether it's sort of turning up there once a month. So anyway, any other comment on that? All right, well, this is your last chance to raise issues.
Yeah, Greg, it's Graham Willis, if I may.
Hi.
I note with some interest, and I guess a little sadness, the lack of reports from the various working groups and committees of the Institute. I also heard during your reports, you commenting on your belief that you need to expand the board to do more of the work. Is that the right approach, or is it the fact that we need to improve the engagement with the various committees to actually find a way for them to be able to liaise and work with the board so that you can engage the volunteer resource that you do have more effectively?
I think it's both, actually, Grant. The group of us that came in 2017 came into an environment where there was a noticeable level of reaction to the previous situation where board members were on every committee, but were seen as controlling the committees. And we purposely stepped away from that. But I think we stepped away too far, I think, in terms of the situation. But I do believe the board needs more bandwidth. As I said, the demands on the board are far more than most people realise, particularly, I don't know, is Bruce still on the call? Bruce in the office, sorry. He may not be, but one of the things that we deal with constantly is just a huge amount of email traffic. And to put it personally, a lot of it is basically directed in the first instance at the president. And as I say, the thing from my point of view is, having observed a number of iterations of the board after each election period, we've typically lost one member due to ill health and another member to personal circumstances in each period. And when you've got 7, that has a much bigger impact than when you've got 9. So to me, it's a case of where I can't see a downside in increasing it to 9. And the 3-year term, I think, is to reflect the fact that for the first year, most directors will be struggling to come up to speed. And the other effect is that there's a tendency to not send work their way if they're like newbies, so to speak. So until you have a level of confidence in completely offloading things. So I think your point is quite valid, but I think, as I say, that it's not one or the other. I think it's a hybrid of the two things. Could I ask either John Harper or Eric to comment? I think the AN New South Wales board is 9 people.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. You don't see that as unwieldy?
No, I don't think it's unwieldy. But and it's also allows allows for a quorum to be easier to achieve. And we have a 2-year change term as well now, so we replace 4 1 year and 5 the other.
Okay, yeah. I know the 3-year thing is different, but so there's 2 aspects to that. As I said, it's increasing to 9, which I think has no real downside, and you can handle the fact that number of people each meeting we have, generally one person at least can't make it. and going to 3 years is more around like retaining corporate knowledge, but they're two separate issues.
I think, Greg, one of the things I'm going to particularly call out, I mean, you're focused very much here on your arguments for why the board needs to expand. I really think you've got a problem with your committee communications. The committees are where the work gets done. The committees where PubCom is, the committees where the Spectrum team is, the committees is what's doing your repeater licensing, doing your contesting. None of the reports are here. It tells me that the board's not even aware of who its committee members perhaps are, or is it in regular communication with them? There used to be reports that we would get from every one of those committees at every AGM. We haven't seen it this time.
Yeah, well, I'll make a point that you, in fact, I received a report at close to midnight last night on the most recent one, but I won't say which one it was. But we've been, a number of these things are generally, like, first of all, most committees should know the cycle, but the other thing is that for personal issues, our secretary has had very low availability for the last few weeks. And that's part of the reason that we've got some of the late notice.
Can I just make a comment, Greg?
Yep.
I'm the other person who put a report in.
Yep.
I was asked for that report yesterday.
Yes, I know. And what I'm saying is that...
Well, that's not really good enough. You know, there should have been a reminder about a month out to all committees, hey guys, you've got to put a report in for this AGM that's coming up. There was no reminder. You can't expect them to remember.
I'm not expecting them to remember. I mentioned that in the normal course of events, there are items that the secretary would cover. And
Yep.
for various reasons that those things have, the wheels fell off that for reasons that...
I'll make another observation though, Greg. We're talking again, trying to say, well, we haven't got a notice. You're trying to shift the blame onto the secretary. I'm saying you've got...
No, I'm not saying shift the blame. It's through no fault of that person.
You have a systematic problem here where you're not engaging with the committees throughout the year to make sure that they have a shared vision, that they're engaged, that they're productive. This fixation that the board has to do everything and that the board is the only ones that can do anything is your undoing. The organisation has too many things to do, and I don't see that enough of the committees are getting the leadership from the board. I'm not saying you've got to embed board members with committees. I know that can create friction, but you don't even talk to the committees until the committee... I mean, in the case of the Spectrum Committee, we started inviting ourselves to your board meetings so that we could communicate with you. I want to put that out there. That's the sort of problem we had in the beginning when I got more active in the Spectrum Committee.
But why aren't the, and I tend to support some of the words that Grant is saying, but why aren't these committees, they're volunteers I know, but they put their hand up to function. Why aren't they submitting reports, like a trend report and so on, of what they are doing on, say, a quarterly basis?
Do they even know where to send it?
So
but I agree with you.
There's a lot of churn in committees, and often the committees don't even know they have to report.
But it should be a natural thing. If you're a committee, you've got to report to somebody.
Yeah,
You
sure.
shouldn't need to be told.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they do.
What, need to be told?
Yes, it's human nature.
I don't know that it's a case of they need to be told, folks. I think it's a case of they don't even know that they don't feel engaged enough to actually have it realize they need to engage. You know, you're saying they should do it. Well, they're going to do it when they feel engaged, when they actually think, I've got something to say here and it's time to say it every month. But they don't even have any contact with the board. There'll be committees on it, but haven't spoken to the board in 2 years.
The evidence is that none of them know they have to do it because none of them submitted reports without being prompted. So that's
why don't they have a mandatory reporting period?
You can have all the rules you like, but they didn't know and they didn't report. They need to be reminded. It's human nature.
I think there's a couple of things there, if I may, and to give an experience. We, when I was a member of another club, had some difficulties with one of the committees, and I won't name who it was or identify it, but there was no way that we could see what that particular committee was doing. There were no reports. There were no incident reports or any of that nature. So by default, we were just ignorant of what was happening. Now, it's all right to say that you've got to be told, but you know, a committee's got to be proactive. It just can't sit there and do things of its own accord and not tell anybody what's it doing.
Well, they can and they do.
Well, they shouldn't.
Yes.
It's as simple as that. They shouldn't, and there should be something very clearly that's identified by the members through the board to the committees. You've got to perform, and that includes providing a report on, say, a quarterly basis of your activities.
Can I just make one comment?
Look, when I was a director, I started to follow Phil Waite's ideas of an organisational structure where below the board, there was actually an organisation that was going to carry out the work of the board so as to relieve the board of its continuing micromanagement. Now, we have not seen either the structure that Phil Waite put up or the structure that I put up actually being realised. Now, part of that realisation was to get terms of reference for each of the work groups agreed. And unfortunately, terms of reference just kept falling off the agenda because the board members wanted to micromanage.
I'd have to agree with you, Brian. I think that's part of the problem is the terms of reference aren't clear. There are some committees that I think are fair to say are catatonic, unfortunately. Some probably need to be reviewed as to their value of their ongoing purpose. Others simply need some engagement and support. I just don't see any of that really coming from the current board, and I'd implore the new board members joining the team and the old board members retaining their positions to at least go away and consider how can you get the organisation to do more with the people it's got? How can you make the people that you have who have engaged and been willing to volunteer in these committees, how can you get them engaged so they feel valued? It's not just about saying they should report. No, that's just a symptom.
No, I agree.
Your lack of engagement's the problem, and I'd like to see the board address that in the coming year.
Yeah, I think it's a very appropriate thing to address. It's one of the frustrations that's felt at the board level as well. So there's a view in terms, from my own point of view, that committees need to a large extent to be self-managing teams. And I think the Spectrum Group is in fact a very good example of that. But like all things, when you've got volunteers, you get different behaviour in different areas and so on. As I said, I think that we went too far in terms of stepping away from the committees in the 2017 space. That by not having committee members, at least not necessarily being members of the group, but not even being involved on a regular basis, I think that leads to exposures.
Rick, could I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
Look, I'm sort of on one side of this. I'm a long-term member, but I haven't been formally involved with the organisation. I do, however, sit on many committees, and I'm president or chair of a couple. I haven't heard anything here that is any different to any other group of volunteers try to run an organisation. That's the first thing. And it's very easy to descend into a blame game. What I haven't heard anybody say is shared responsibility. So firstly, anybody who is running a committee, a subcommittee, anybody who's chairing that has a responsibility to report, just as the board has a responsibility to go and ensure that correct reporting is happening. But those responsibilities are shared. I would suggest, from what I've heard, that what's missing at the moment is a big session where everybody gets in a room and thrashes out what I'm seeing as maybe a cultural problem, and just do a once over. Okay, where are we? What are our marching orders? What does everybody have to do? Let's go and do it.
No, I think that's a very good sort of positive input on that, John. I've been involved in other not-for-profits, and again, it's the nature of the beast with volunteers that you get, as I say, a range of things, from sort of things performing above your expectations to things that don't. I accept the fact that the board has probably gone too far in stepping away from what was seen as meddling by the boards, by some of the committees in terms of our initial feedback, or over control. And there's obviously a balance to be achieved. And I agree with the terms of reference that we need to ensure that the committees have a reasonably tangible view of what's expected of them and what they can expect of the board. But in terms of the thing you mentioned, Brian, about a group that actually takes on more of the operational management, I believe that is absolutely necessary. Like I had discussions with Phil Waite as recently as the end of May, when I took the opportunity at the WIA event to discuss it with him. And that's one of the things about this, is trying to identify what is the actual what is the actual like root cause of the problem. It's easy to see what the symptoms are, but the root cause is deeper. And one of the reasons that I mentioned potentially the regionalisation of as a way of sort of going to the next level with the organisation to basically future-proof it, is even we don't have any form of pre-selection or qualification process for directors. So we get people that, for reasons, want to stick their hand up. Now, most people will come in for two reasons. One is that they genuinely think they've got something to offer the organisation. I came in basically because of my background in banking to look at the financial side of it, and I believe I've achieved that. Because the organisation was under a huge attack at the time in terms of the state of its finances and whether there was fraud or whatever involved, which we found not to be the case. But
if I could make a comment, Greg.
Yeah.
I think that the discussion has been helpful, but it's aimed a little bit in the wrong way. I really believe that this board and the last two previous boards were absolutely skyrocketed by members with an axe to grind. And I really think the people that put their hands up to stand on the board in the last 2 eras were trying very much to help us. But they were moribund from the point of view that they were under threat. And every time that something, they were concerned that they were going to get allegations of whatever made against them. I think we're now at the cusp. We're past that. We've got a good nucleus of people. Let's get on with it. Develop some terms of reference for each of the committees, and those sort of things. Let's just move on now and take it all as a learning curve and just get on with them at a radio.
Well, thanks for that, John. I'm not sure people realise the level of attack that has gone on over the last few years from the Splinter Group, and the amount of time that burns both personally and at board level. The WIA has been reported to ASIC, to the ACCC, to the Office of the Information Commissioner. I made the mistake of adding, in a response to one of the Splinter Group, one of their colleagues to the email, and resulted in a complaint to the Office of the Information Commissioner that I breached their privacy. Now that didn't even get accepted as an issue, but it took up lots of time, and it's part of the thing where there's a situation of burning the bandwidth. So, but I believe we've got some clear air now. I believe that splinter group is struggling for relevance. If you look at their communications, every second paragraph will mention the WIA or why we're not cooperating with them, without giving any reason. Like, basically, they need us, but we don't need them. It's largely backfired, I believe, in terms of their view to get influence with the regulator. However, it's also impacted us. So in that time, as they've effectively attacked our business model in various aspects. So, but no, I agree that if we could get more engagement from the committees, and as I said, the thing that would make, or would have made my life a lot easier as president, was a fully functioning marketing and media group that could deal with some of the inconsistencies in messaging. So I will make a point that some people have made in questions about that they haven't seen minutes of the meeting. Of the board meeting minutes that we used to publish. The main reason is that they were being weaponised against us. And this occurred in various areas. There seems to be a sport in terms of knocking the WIA, despite the fact that it is just a group of members with a democratically elected board. We actually made a decision to cease doing that, although we haven't made a public announcement of it. But I guess I'm doing that now. And when I say it was weaponised, basically the places that you found comment on the minutes was in the places like the fake WIA Facebook page and various other sources. So whilst it would have been nice to keep that up, the other factor was that the amount of work, because we had to embargo certain things that were time dependent, and also some things were confidential when you're dealing with staff issues. The amount of work to get that version up on the website was non-trivial. I don't know if people want to comment on that, but that was the decision that we made as a board. No comment on that. No objection or suggestion for an alternative.
Did you hear my comment?
No, sorry, I didn't.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that in your director's report, you spoke about how open the board is by publishing their minutes.
Yeah, so that's in as at calendar year 2020, that decision was made this year. That as I say, I'm advising people now because there's been a couple of questions asked in the chat sessions. Now, what we plan to replace it with is quarterly releases. But as I said, I keep coming back into the issue with the marketing and media group that handles all the communication. The RSGB, when we met, that was very clear that that was vitally important in terms of maintaining the message and as I said, avoid weaponising critics, which is the issue that we've had. By the way, we're not required to publish minutes, but every member is entitled to view the minutes under the Corporations Act. And in the Corporations Act, it says how that takes place and so on. But every member is entitled to view the minutes should they wish to see them. But as I say, in terms of what we're doing is that they're moving way outside our member base and being used, as I say, effectively against us. Anyway, I think I've spoken too much. As I said, this is the last time you'll hear from me as president. With that, I wonder if, Lee, you've got any further comments before we close the meeting?
Oh, nothing really to add, Greg, except thanks very much for holding the fort over the last 12 months and attending the AGM. And yeah, we did have a few challenges as it got closer to the death knell of the well, this morning anyway. So
sure.
Yeah. A couple of people are MIA, but there we go. So, but thanks again, Greg, and all the other directors for their support over the year. I look forward to working with you guys next year as well.
All right, thanks for that. With that, so
just a question: when will we know the makeup of the board in terms of the positions that they hold?
That will occur at the next board meeting, which hasn't been scheduled yet. As I say, that we've got Peter Schrader as a new director, but the requirement under the Constitution is at the first board meeting after the AGM to elect or re-elect the people in those positions. So I'm not sure. We haven't scheduled it. It's not going to be long. It might be a week or two before we do that. But you will find out. In the meantime, I will remain president until such times as we have a new president.
Greg, could I just say thank you very much. I think you did dodge a bullet by deferring the motion. It seems to be a pretty easy thing to run an extraordinary general meeting these days. I haven't looked at the Constitution. I don't know how easy it is, but you can do it this way without having to require everybody to travel, be in the same place. You can get a piece of legislation through pretty easily and quickly if you want to. I will say that the one contact I've had with the WIA, which was on Thursday night, got an immediate response and immediate attention from Bruce, and it was all solved very, very quickly and fixed something for everybody that I'd noticed. So thank you. That's a well done.
Yeah, and I'd also like to reinforce what I said about Bruce before. Bruce does an excellent job. He works he's available well outside of business hours. He helped set up this this morning. I also want to thank Robert Broomhead, who provided assistance with the Zoom meeting and the live streaming. That's his business, I guess, in terms of the things that he does. But it's very useful for him in terms of that, and I very much appreciate it. We've had a really good turn up today, particularly if you include the people viewing this on YouTube. We're up in the sort of 150, 160 range, all up. with that, as I say, without Bruce has an excellent customer service focus. He comes from a background in customer service. He used to work for Hewlett Packard. I have to say that without Bruce, would have a great deal of difficulty to find someone that could replace him. In terms of the special resolution, I think the discussion was useful in terms of the what we're trying to do. As I said, with model constitutions now, if you look at it for NFPs and charities, they all have a code of conduct referenced in their constitutions, and in fact are actually detailed in the constitution. But we felt that it was better to have it able to change it from time to time and do that in consultation with the membership. Okay. Well, hand over to Lee for as I said, I've been speaking too much. I'll hand over to Lee to close, and maybe you might want to ask Peter Schrader to say a few words as a new director.
Okay, thanks, Greg. So in closing, thank you everyone for your attendance and persevering, and look forward to working with you guys, everybody, in the coming year, the new directors and all the attendees and all the members. So we have some good things happening, coming out, and that's pretty much a close. So if Peter Schrader, if you wanted to make any comment, you're welcome to, or you can not. I can't see you on my screen. You have to be on the other page.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Liam. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, all good.
All right. Yeah, so just for those members who did participate in the election, thanks very much for having confidence in me, for not crossing me off at the top of the list. And I think maybe I benefit from being at the top of the list a bit. But just a vote of thanks for Greg for his hard work. I know it hasn't been easy the last couple of years. So well done to you, to Greg. And that'll do for me. So yeah, I'll get stuck into it this year, and yeah, see if we can make a difference.
All right. Well, as chair, I will close the meeting. I will say that the main reason that I'm not renominating as president is that I have a new house to build. It's well past the planning phase, and I just have other places to focus my time. This is on the property that was burnt at the bushfire last year, and there's already been a lot of work go into it, and I'm looking forward to that in the next sort of year or so. Anyway, with that, I thank everyone for attending and for their input. And with that, thanks, and onwards and upwards. Okay,
Thanks, Greg.
All right, well, I'm dropping out at this point. So I'll see you all somewhere else sometime. And I do hope you take note of what John Mazel's had. Involvement with community radio is actually a fun thing, and it's and the skills and expertise people have as amateurs is very well needed in that sector. So, and so I hope even if you do it from a point of view of referring other people that are looking for it. I got involved initially because I saw an ad for a technical support for a community station in a local paper. And I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. And I was happy to do some volunteer work at the time, and I think other people would enjoy it too. With that, I'll say goodbye and wish everyone the best.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and thanks everyone.
Thanks, Greg.